Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that is truly, truly magical.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature. This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
It is an unusually warm, dry and windy winter day out here in Djuma Game Reserve today. You can see those dead trees. They've always been that way though. It's not just dead because of the dry and windy right now. Well, I guess once they were very nice and green, but we are feeling a little bit ominous today. Maybe the wind and the heat is doing that. But anyway, guys, I'm excited because I think we're going to find quite a bit this afternoon. So jump on board for your live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome aboard. We're just looking out there off Galago shortcut at these dead trees because they're very pretty and because I told you I'm feeling a bit ominous today. Don't know what we're going to find, but I'm excited about it nevertheless. It's me, Trishal. I've got Morgan on camera with me, and we're going to head up to the north, and we're also going to head up to the south. So we'll go out Gari Cutline-ish, Buffles at Cutline, Chit Cutline, and then to Chitwa. See what we can find that way. Well, it's your live safari, so use that hashtag WildEarth to talk to us. You can also use @FC on the YouTube chat stream. You can go over to our website and you can register and use our questions and comments box. We'd love to hear from all of you. But if you're under 18, please use kids' questions at wildearth.tv. I especially love to hear from you guys. So it's about 28 degrees Celsius, 82 degrees Fahrenheit, and apparently it's going to get even warmer the next few days. Temperature is kind of high, but we are slowly entering this windy season towards the end of winter. So July, August gets quite windy. It just feels windy a little earlier than usual this year. You can hear the wind. Now the reason I want to go up that side is that Tavangumi has a kill. In Buffelshoek, in quite a tight spot, tight in terms of signal. So we're going to try our best and see if we can actually find him and show him to you, which is most important. At least give it a go, and then if we can't, we'll just move on and I'll tell you about it. So how about we get going? We're on Galago shortcut now, and we're going to move up. Hi, Erica. You say you've got a good feeling for today. Well, I'm very glad about that. I should probably clear that when I say it feels a little ominous, that's not a bad feeling. It just feels like one of those days where things are going to happen. Ooh. It is very, very windy. Well, Erica, I'm very glad that you have a good feeling about today. I think the more good feelings we all have about today, the better it's going to turn out. Now, between wanting to find some spots, like I did this morning, I'd really like to see some elephants. I didn't see a single elephant in the morning. So that is the plan, everyone. I hope you're ready and excited. So let me send you over to have a look at the weather at our other locations.
Good afternoon. Well, welcome everybody to Djuma Private Game Reserve. Here we're actually sitting on a sunny looking around for this animal. My name is Andrew, and on camera I have Theo this afternoon. So we actually come across very interesting marking there on the floor where it probably looks like something's been dragged. We actually also discover the leopard tracks that are I'm not sure how long is it, and then it's actually drag across to the north of this road. So what are we going to do? We're going to try, maybe it's not actually quite easy to get in, so depending on how further into the thicket that leopard has dragged that, whether it's still there, whether it's stolen, because it doesn't look fresh to me, probably this morning also, and then we're going to find out, and also which leopard is this. I would really love to know. So to the west, away from here, this is where we were attempting to stick with the total span male leopard, but then he just went disappeared. Whether it's him here, whether it's somebody else. So let's check it out. We did a little bit of a trekking over here. Some leopards, they prefer not to host their kill up in trees. Some, they prefer to host their kill up in trees. grass is very tall, which is a chance that maybe the prey, the kill is still on the bottom, but we'll try to check it out.
We're slowly making our way up the Gallagher shortcut. It's a nice spot to look for elephants as well, just because it's so built, well, not built up, but it's very thick on either side of the road, so there's not many open areas. And elephants like that. There's a nice drainage on my western side. So it's a good spot. We're going to take a mfubu. After that, there's a little closer to the drainage that's to the east of us. And it's a lot more cool there, a lot more shady. I always like to have a good look for tracks here and fire break. I think that's the first hour is going to be quite quiet just because of the temperature and this wind. It really is awful safari weather. You're not going to see too much. Like we've spoken about before, wind distorts sound. It causes movement in the vegetation, and so often we find things by just sitting down, just parking and like sitting down in our seats and just watching, so not a lot of movement. And when you see something move through the grass, you can tell there's something there. Especially like when we lose leopards, it's sometimes, in fact most of the time, really good to just stay put and watch. And when there's too much wind, you get movement in the bush, and we can't, and other mammals, other prey species, can't really notice a leopard. So the predators have an advantage in this weather, except that it's also very, very hot. So I think it'll take some time for the bush to get going this evening.
So everybody, we're still trying to get into this bush, and a little harder actually to see where you actually drag through. All we're hoping to see grasses. That's why we follow the grass is flattened one way to that direction. So we can't see his tracks. That's what we're following through that at the moment. There's such a marula tree down there where we're going, or decent tree. Gregory, so you're asking, how do you know if this track is for the same leopard? I'm not sure if it's for the same leopard, but I only assume that since that span, he was seen around and not far from here. Could be him. And that Tabangume was also seen in Beblisu far from here this morning. So I only assume that it happens that is him or another male. Oops. I don't want to get stuck here. It's all the logs. Grass is so tall as well. So I'm gonna carry on search. Shadows everywhere. I'm gonna be sending you across the tree shell, which is also on the bamboo.
I really hope that Andrew will be able to find that leopard with its kill in that area. We heard about it just when Drive finished, at the end of Drive. You might have, no, I'm not sure if you saw it at the end of Drive, but that's a sure clue that there's definitely a leopard in there, and it's got a kill, so if it's not there at the moment, it's gonna be there. Sorry, there we go. My comms are still not very great. But what I was saying is that's such an awesome clue to follow up on. Having a drag mark and leopard tracks around it. It's just a matter of finding it, and you know that there's a kill in there, so it's only a matter of time if the leopard's not already in there for it to return to that kill. Hi Richard, you'd like to know if leopards are the most difficult animal to track? I don't think so. From the predators, I would say the hyenas are very difficult to track. For one, see a leopard when you're on foot, if it's a leopard that's fairly comfortable with vehicles and things like that. If you're on foot and they see you and you're closer than you should be, they'll crouch down and they'll wait for you to go away. They won't just burst out running. A hyena, as soon as it sees that there's somebody walking behind it or following it, even in the vehicle, they start running. And they don't walk, or especially walk on roads. They just, they're very unpredictable in where they walk, and there's so many hyena tracks usually in an area. Like here, it's so difficult to track hyena because there's so many tracks. So I think that they're the most difficult predator to track. A leopard is difficult as well, but they are a little bit more predictable, especially if you've spent taken the time to, bless you Morgan, to learn their habits and their routes. All of those things. But taking the time to learn so much about them is a dedication. Hyenas are less predictable in that way. Heather, I didn't get that question. Can other animals help us track predators? Thank you, Heather. And Morgan. So they can, by giving you a clue in the form of alarm calls, but that's it, because also remember that animals don't know that they're leaving tracks. But animals that look nervous, things like that, can give you a clue that you're on the right path. But if you're on foot, that's a little bit more difficult because antelope will also be looking at you and sometimes alarming at you. That can make you think that you're in the right place when you're not. But we have to use a combination of of things, cues from other animals like alarm calls or running. I found Kalamba the other day, not from an alarm call, or any other sound that she had made, but because this duiker ran out, like where that bend is. So quite far from the car, but normally when a duiker runs from us, it runs in the opposite direction to us, not towards us. And I went there and I knew there was a leopard, and when I turned around and searched the area, there she was, looking in the direction that the duiker had run. So they can give us a clue in that sense. Some animals have glands on their I think I'm sending you to Andrew. I'm not sure, but I hope that it is Andrew, and I hope that he's got something special for you.
Thanks, Trishul. Looks like we got our leopard. I'm trying to think which one. And then we discover some of the fur on the ground just before we spot him. And they can't actually describe what kind of fur or what was the animal that. It was a bit of a hairy for me. Look at this fur there. But, unless, as everybody can see there, they're kind of like a blackish and white color of the fur that I cannot refer the impalas. Could be something else that we're not sure until we see it. If it's still around, that carcass, we're probably going to discover which one, what animal is it. And then I can't tell which male is it, whether it's a Ngala, whether it's somebody else. We're probably going to find out when we get a clear look at him. So we have to, this is far from the road. I almost gave up because it was no such a marking that would give us a little bit of a trust or belief that we're still in the right track or right direction to follow. A little wind, everybody. It already looks like it's been identified on his cat, I think. I probably think James say that this is Tingana. And then it's such a great to see him in this area. So he doesn't really spend a lot of time, or he probably do, maybe we don't find him or see him. But he always either in the west, that's where he hangs around. So everybody, we're gonna stay put here. Hopefully he got to get close to us, then we can see a lot of him.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Welcome to Tswalu Kalahari, another very beautiful day. Look at what we have in front of us. Beautiful dunes, beautiful blue sky. It's a little bit hazy on the horizon and there's a lot of wind coming from the north. But we're standing on a dune and everything that we're showing there is the Kalahari. This is one part of the reserve we don't really cover much of, the northern section of the reserve, and everything that your eyes are touching right now is Tswalu Kalahari. My name is Obakeng, and behind the camera there we've got Gert doing a very wonderful job for us. So what I'm really hoping for this afternoon this side is any of the smaller cat species, African wild cat, maybe a caracal, maybe hyenas, you never know. And this is the kind of area where we've seen them in the past. So this is where I will be roaming around this afternoon. Majestic terrain of the Tswalu. And those are the corona bags in the far distance. I mean, this morning we were operating closer to those mountains. So from where I stand, as a crow flies, I would say easy 20, maybe 30 kilometers. Easy. We're just showing you the vastness of these beautiful lands. Every now and then you can see some red coming through, and that's how our drier season would be, getting that contrast of the red soil coming through between the fawn grasses. Very, very beautiful. Still a bit of greenery though when looking from up here. Very surprising that we still have as much greenery. This is our dry season, so this is where everything is starting to dry out. Very beautiful. You can see how the horizon has gone almost milky. It's just because of the wind. The wind that's picked up probably from about midday. But further up, it's quite blue. Very, very blue. Almost like a summer day blue. It's just the horizon that's a little bit milky because of the wind. So come along. I'm gonna keep searching, and hopefully I find what I'm looking for this afternoon. And down the dune we go. While we do that, we'll send you off to another very beautiful location in Africa.
So everybody, we haven't changed our position here. And then he's still sitting there comfortably. The Tingana, the leopard, doesn't really look threatened at the moment. I know we have drove very hard in this wood, but I'm so happy that we didn't actually directly drive straight to him without knowing that he's there due to grass has been so tall. So we firstly discovered the whole of Pharaoh lying down in the floor, so that's how we look carefully around there until we got him. Now would be one station coming to join this sighting. And then during that trekking, I mentioned something about being marula trees in this area, and then it was none. So maybe that's why it makes him, drag this kill for that long to get to these specific a tree over here. But it's not a marula tree, but it's still kind of very shorter tree for him to he could still manage there quickly to get up there with the meat a jackalberry tree. David, you're asking, could it be the warthog carcass? I doubt that, because it's not only just the grey fur lying down there, it's all black and whitish. I almost thought that it could be maybe a civet, but the drag mark that we saw was bigger than that there. And then, of course, if it was that civet, he wouldn't been the whole day here then. He would have just finished it off and move on. But it's so that it's not much actually anything we can do in terms of driving forward. There's not a lot of space here. But I'm sure in a minute he stood up, he's gonna, if there is a leftover, he's gonna probably head straight to that carcass if it's any left, and then we'll be able to identify that. So we're trying to make sure everybody gets to see, but the other guys that are probably going to drive around, you're going to stay in this position. So we're going to try the position once again. I'm going to be sending you across to Trishal.
These elephants are starting to stream through quite nicely now, but still in the middle of this drainage. And it's a nice big herd too. We're in a great position when under the shade of the big, huge, magnificent jackalberry on Gari Cutline. And these elephants are having the best time. There's some good shade in the middle of this drainage, and as with any drainage, and so they will enjoy their time feeding here. Very nice. I hope they come past us. That would be the best. They look like they're actually heading more in like a northwesterly direction, just a tad. So it might not come out straight near us, but at least out on the road close to us. I love sitting like this and watching because they have enough time to recognize what we are and whether they're comfortable with us. And that's really important for a good elephant sighting. So that you're not just, bumping them and kind of forcing yourselves on them, because they have an opportunity to actually decide that they want to be around you. Hi, Wilson. You'd like to know why do elephants sometimes go very, very still? They go very still when they're talking to each other in a low frequency, in a frequency that we can't understand. And that's because they use a lot of the cushioning in their feet as well as bones that so you know when you scratch your head and you can hear something, that's not a result of, it's not actually being picked up, or it is being picked up by your ears, but you're not creating that much sound. It's a result of bone conduction. So I'm doing it now. The vibrations are traveling along your bones to your ears, picking it up, and that's bone conduction. So they use bone conduction to pick up these very, very low frequency sounds under 20 hertz. So our hearing range is about 20 to 20,000 hertz, and theirs is even below that. So they use that staying very still to help them conduct those vibrations that usually travel through the ground or travel longer distance through the ground than through the air. They use that standing still as a way to concentrate and that sound to move up through them and to their ears. You'll find that you'll see one standing very still. I mean, this one's standing very still, but she's engaged in definitely not talking, but another very necessary activity. If you eat a lot, you also need to poop a lot, don't you? So you'll see one standing very still, and then you'll see the other standing very still too, and then you'll tell that they're actually talking to each other. What helps with the alignment of that bone conduction to the ear is when when you stretch your calf out, your calf muscles out, or your hamstrings, you put your heel on the ground in front of you. You just touch your heel to the ground. They look like they're doing something like that. You must have seen that happen, and I'm sure we'll see once they come out them do that too. They just put their heel on the ground, and what that helps is the alignment to that inner ear where they want to conduct sound. Low frequency sound has much longer wavelengths. That means that it can travel a bit more uninhibited than shorter wavelength sound, and therefore can travel further. Hopefully we might just reposition a little bit further up the road so we can get a better view of them as they start moving a little bit more north.
Welcome back to Tswalu Kalahari. A very interesting phenomena that we are witnessing here. There it goes. I was just going to tell you about what that Oryx was doing right now. So with the winds coming from the north, they were using this dune blocking the wind, obviously trying to maintain body temperature, but at the same time maintaining a sense of the wind not to carry their smell too far. So just a survival technique there that they were displaying, but obviously as soon as they realized that we were watching them, they bolted away from us. But you can see, I mean, look at how the grass here is just indicating the amount of wind that we are getting today, and it's just amazing. You can actually hear the wind through the grass. It sounds like a rattle. It sounds like I'm just going to keep quiet a little bit and you can listen to it. Very calming sounds. It's like something that's meant to put you to sleep, those sounds. Amazing. every day being very, very different. We're going to leave you with that thought of what I've just explained and what Mother Nature has just been providing. Amazing, amazing to witness. Just listen once more.
See that film? So everybody at the leopards actually went to the other side of that tree. We don't have a visual at the moment, but we still got there's a lot of evidence of the fur of what it is there. And the other guy that came here also think the same, that it could be the civet. But they also have a black and white pattern. And then they're also hairy as well. We're just gonna wait and see if that makes sense. And then it's a lot of fur in there. And then we can't discover if there's anything left. But since it's still stationary in this position, so Freddy, you're asking would they pluck the fur? Yes, they do that, and they, before leopard eat, they deal with those plucking the fur off the animal with a bit of scrub hair. Any antelope, they do that before they could eat. So that's why they see a lot of hair or fur. This is all the fur of the animal that was killed. So that's why it's different feeding method compared to the lions and the cheetah. Leopard, they are solitary, live alone, spend a lot of time on their own without being in a group. That when they kill prey species, they also have time to spend, work on that feed, how they're going to start, but pluck the fur off. It's ideal always. They don't eat with a lot of fur in that animal. But also something that there is no such competition of who is going to take the most of meat while they are all competing, feeding at the same time. So it's so cool that they are solitary. James, so you asking, do I still remember my first sighting of it in Ghana? Yeah, I remember. This was actually in Torchwood, in one of the property on the east of here, or east of Djuma camp itself. And there, he was actually feeding on a young kudu. It was my first time seeing him. But that time, it was so much of competition between him and Mvula. So he was pushing so much on Mvula in that time. And then it just was so much going on. When Mvula get pushed out by Tingana was get pushed out on the waist by Mr. Anderson. So it was we saw a lot of change between these territory dominate on leopards, especially on males. So we're gonna stay put. Hopefully you get to come out to the open for us.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is ready for the next brand new concept, and this time it's at night. A specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James, just head a little bit more left.
Okay, Gabi, I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this show to a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Look at this little one here. I mean, it's hard to see because it's actually behind those branches. But he just he just went like he huffed at us. Hi. Look at how he used this tree as a defense. He was like, I'm not confident enough, but at least this tree is between us. I hope he likes that half jump too. I think you might be the noisy one in that drainage. Definitely giving us a second thought. Careful you don't swing into the tree. No, I shouldn't laugh at you. You are very, very brave and big. And you would do damage to this car, even in your size. At least you don't have tusks, though. Hi, Jason. You'd like to know if the youngsters ever get too aggressive? That's a difficult one to answer because what is too aggressive? What to do? It's a relative term, But youngsters, so say 5 and under, they're sometimes really curious. They can get closer than is comfortable for you. But they react very, very quickly to any kind of discipline from our side. So if we clap our hands or even just hit the dashboard like this, that's enough for them. And then they react very quickly to that. I find the most problematic, unpredictable age in terms of younger elephants is about 8 to 10, about 8 to 12. It's a slightly larger bracket, and particularly males. And that's because those males are starting to get pushed out of the herd, or sometimes they're not pushed out yet, but they're becoming quite aggressive and dominant and a little bit of a bully to the other elephants, the other youngsters, as well as the cars. So they can be quite problematic in that they don't take the hints from us if they are approaching too quick and things like that. And I mean, we're in their space, so it's our job if we're reading that kind of communication from them, that we move out of their way. But those youngsters that are in that age bracket, they sometimes will continue to follow the car and continue to mock charge and break things, and sometimes pick like rocks and sticks up and try to throw it at you. They're not very good throws, but still they do try. Those are the most problematic ages as youngsters. And then as they grow up and they become adults, the time we're going to have problematic situations with elephants are going to be mothers and calves. Mothers feeling that somehow their calf is being threatened, and bulls and must. But they go through this sort of growth period that seems very much kind of aligned with adolescence and humans. Quite a confusing time for them, a time when they're feeling that they need to express themselves and they're not quite sure how, and a lot of them do express themselves in a kind of bullying way. And you can just see who they are. And that's also the cue that many mothers use to kick out their youngsters from the herd. It's time for them to go and learn how to be gentlemen, like many of the older bulls are. There's another female without one tusk. Interesting. Look how they're moving quite close together, that group at the back there. We've got a little one there amongst them. I feel like during that period there's a lot of emotional growth that's happening for elephants. And that's interesting because it's not just life stages that they're going through that we can see changes in their body structure or their social structure and things. You can actually see that there's a switch. There's an emotional change that's going on. Elephants are so interesting that way. Anyway, let me send you over to Obi, see what he's on the search for this afternoon.
Well, back at Tswalu Kalahari, we are approaching a watering hole. I'm hoping we might be lucky with something. It does look like there's something there in the distance. Some Oryx that I can see in the distance there. Some wildebeest. see what else we've got here. Probably coming for the last afternoon drink while it's still nice and warm, because as soon as the sun goes down, temperatures will start dropping also. So let's see what's around the dam or the watering hole. There we go. Some young wildebeest, some oryx. But you can see a lot of these animals would be very skeptical. And part of it is, as I was saying earlier, the wind being so howling. At times they notice you and you're almost a surprise to them. And that's why they a little bit on the edge like that. Beautiful contrast. But as soon as they realize what you are, then they kind of stop and realize that you're actually not much of a threat. The one looking right back at us. Still not too sure though. Still a wildebeest, just supplementing there with a salt lick. Young wildebeest. Really giving it some effort there. Look at how they're tilting the head. They're trying to do it as quick as they can. Heli H12, it's what makes them very beautiful, those white patches, and creating the contrast. But not only does those white patches make them beautiful, but also comes into play in terms of camouflage and also helping with the heating and cooling, especially around the face. I mean, look at that beautiful face, almost like a line going right through the eye, just in front of the ear, and making another big patch just in front of the forehead, but leaving the nasal or the mouth part out completely, almost like a what you call these things that you put on a horse, not a saddle. I hit a blank again. Just around the face there, but everything almost for a particular reason, with coloration. And you'll see that with a lot of animals, actually, that everything is designed or put in place for their survival and to complement the lifestyle of that particular animal. Some guinea fowls in the distance there. Those black spots that we're seeing there. Yep. Thank you very much. The term that I was looking for is bridal. Yeah. Second time in one day. Well done, Obi. Yeah, my English today is not up to par. It's all right. That happens to everybody. Some guinea fowl picking on the ground there, going for little seeds and so on, and they'll also probably end up drinking and then going for a roost later on. see, they're just under that camel thorn. Obviously, some of the pods would be open, and that's what they would be going for. Because you can imagine during the day, a lot of animals would walk through, and that walking through would crack those pods. And also, by the heat of the day, a lot of animals also would come and use those trees as shade. And obviously, that movement and that the presence of those animals would crack those pods. And that's what basically is creating that congregation of guinea fowls around there. Gavin, are guinea fowls related to francolin? In my understanding, that's a no-no. To a certain extent, if you look at the behavior, a lot of people would almost put them together in the sense that guinea fowls and francolins don't like to fly. And when they do nest, they would nest on the ground. So they've got quite a lot of similarities. But if you actually had to take the actual DNA and break it down and where they come from, it would beg to differ based on those. So yes, by the naked eye and by what we're seeing in behavior, it's very similar, but scientifically it disagrees to match up. Hope that answers your question. And these are the only guinea fowl that we get, the helmeted guinea fowl that we get in the Kalahari. So on that note, we'll stick around a little bit here and see what else comes to drink. But whilst we do that, we'll send you over to another very beautiful location in Africa.
So everybody, the leopard hasn't actually shown up yet. It's not actually a lot of an open area here, except for the where he was feeding on that. Looks like civet. If he ever come out, he would probably come out towards that position. But we only see a lot of a fur in there, so like I said, we haven't yet discovered whether there's still a meat around or not. And there are nocturnal animals, so even though he finished, Tingana doesn't have a lot of work to do at the moment except for hunting and killing. He's not really interested again on competing on territorial. So he kind of like still already taking it easy. He's grown up male for sure. It's been really serious, amazing of how he hunt that as civet. But it's probably because civet don't actually speed up much. So it's possible for leopard to chase it down and grab it.
Still with our lovely elephants. I was just thinking about your guinea fowl and Franklin question. I also don't think that, well, I also don't know if they're closely related, but I do know that they're both in the same order. Galliforms, which are basically like land fowls, shall we say. But other than that, I mean, I have no idea about how closely they're related, guinea fowls and Franklin, but like I said, in the same order. These two elephants are just heading north in Gari Cutline in a direction away from everybody else. So that's why I was saying I think they look like this little one's getting the birds and the bees chat. As they walk slowly apart from the herd, but not quite. They definitely could be talking, chatting away, and we wouldn't know. There's quite a nice large herd. I thought they were going to move towards Viatella Dam, but it looks like they're moving just into that block that's close to Viatella Dam. They might turn down. Hi, White Mane. You'd like to know how do we know they talk with infrasound if we can't hear it? Because we have done many experiments, not me, but we as a scientific community have done many experiments with equipment that can pick up infrasound, which is not that rare. It's equipment that many places have to pick up infrasound, and we found out that they actually chat a lot. But the other thing is you can sort of feel it. You might not hear it very much, but you can feel it through the air. It feels thick. It feels like something's hitting you, like wind almost, but directed wind. But that's not a very scientific measurement, White Man. But the instruments can pick that up. There have been extensive studies. There's even been an app that's been made that can convert, like, you know, a translation app to convert your English to elephant. Yes. They recorded, I think, over 500 different calls that they have thought to mean certain things. I mean, I don't know how many different, like 500 different things elephants could be talking about. I can imagine maybe good food. Okay, let's just go food, good, bad, baby, mine. Can you imagine those types of words? Water. Obviously, it's not direct translation, but sounds that could mean those things. Predator, big predator, small predator. But apparently they've come up with hundreds of words that have been worthy of translation. So ultimately all words are frequencies of sound. Frequency of sound, you can still see this one through here. Different frequencies and different sizes of the sound waves, different movement of it creates our different language, different sound. So it ultimately is a language that they're speaking, but not actually by the definition of the language. They're producing sound, but we don't know how many sounds they can make and whether, like our language, they can produce infinite numbers, an infinite amount of sounds and combinations to create a language, which is what a language is. It's something actually very, very unique to us because of that kind of infinite creative ability that we can have with language. But I guess it's something close because it's still producing sound and using it to describe different things. Anyway, let me send you back over to Andrew. He's hoping to get another visual of the lovely Tingana.
Thanks, Trishul. Good luck with the elephants. So I haven't got another visual, but we're going to go around. We're just waiting here to see, because there's 3 cars in the area. And then there's a 2-car, which is me also. We don't have a visual, but the other one probably have a little bit of that. So everyone, I'm just going to quickly show everybody what we think it is that probably get killed by that leopard. If we look in this book, no, yeah, there it is. So this is one of the civet, which also carnivore, feed on various different species of or mice, a lizard, but also they can feed on snakes, those insects, millipede and all spiders. So if this is the one, then probably weigh 18 kilograms. So it's maybe it was enough for that leopard to sustain his stomach for probably a few days or maybe one day. See how hairy it is. So this is the animal. You can always see that their foot structures, they're not triquet. Their claws always out, just like a regular dog or cheetah as well. But they have a median. They always defecate in the same area. So yeah, this is the one we think is too hairy for a genet. And then of course would it be so small for a genet, or too big a hairy to be a genet. But we're going to probably later on, after there's maybe space for me to go around to see if maybe we can see a little bit of a spot in the background there. Tracy, so you're asking, do I think that he killed it recently? Probably early in the morning or somewhere there, because the civet are nocturnal. So I would assume anything from before sunrise, maybe 4 o'clock, so somewhere there. A civet, when they're disturbed, they can move during the day, but they're mainly also a nocturnal animal. So yeah, I think maybe it probably was still dark when that happened. In the night time. So if that's completely finished with Tingana, since, well, he's actually fully grown up, a leopard. For him to stick around in the same place, he could do that. He's not actually highly on territorial marking, anything like that. So probably this is why he's still around here. Maybe once it's dark, he will come out or move around a bit. Just can't wait to see the whole body of him, because it's been a while since I saw him. Like probably almost 4.5 months, somewhere there. So it's been a while since I saw him. Shaman, you're asking how big is a civet? So they fully grown civet would weigh 18 kg. That's average weight. Can be slightly up, 19, but 16, 18, 19, that's average weight for the animal. But this is not actually the first time for me. I've seen leopard climbing trees for a genet. That was back in the days up in the north in Tswalu, we had a leopard by the name of Big Hen Female, though we believe she probably just not exist anymore. And then she done a lot of exercise in that night, and the civet, they very quick in trees, but she managed to come down with one, and she ate there while we were watching. So I'm gonna try see if I can maybe get around for a visual of that leopard.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
So we are now trying another look at the leopard. it's probably still a bit difficult for us. Oh, okay, so I have to do this. Would it be just a little bit of a yes of him? So I'm going to go reverse. Just hold it. Cool. So everybody, we try. This is actually pretty much we can try. Hi, James. So he's there, taking it easy. It's actually not bad, just to see his head. You can see how he painted a little bit, because he has a slightly sufficient of a feed. Ricky asking how old is it in Ghana, so he's probably around, with nearly all 16, somewhere there, I think. So he's already got in a time where there's quite a lot of males around here now hanging around, and then with all full of energy. This morning was a total Spain male to the west. Far in the east there is a, so he's in the middle of the two male that they're around in this position. So he's in a kind of like middle of that. Kimberly, so you're saying you're so happy to see a Duke and he's so healthy and cool. Yeah, you're right there. I also agree with you. He's not actually skinny though. And he's looking good, I think. So you can see how he's just closing his eye. Rachel, so you say he's so much lighter than the other leopard. He is. Well, it reminded me of also the female leopard Moya. We actually also get to see her these days coming into Djuma pretty much, but she's also paley as well. But he also paler than most of the male leopard we see around here. But if there's any of the meat that left there, you would go back and eat. So, Brian, you're asking how long do a male leopard live for? So, males, they have a lot of challenge. See a male getting up to the age of about 15. They're so lucky, where he's so lucky, and a lot of time die age of above 9-10 years due to a fight they're getting into, and the fight is sometimes can be a bit of fatal, that one get out injured or death take place when they fight for a territorial. So, but yeah, he's lucky now getting up above 15 there, so he's actually done very good. Where female tend to live longer, roughly 14 upwards. I've seen female die of age when they get up to 16 years and they're old. So, at the moment, since he's just static there and doesn't actually show any interest on moving around, not even looking at us so much, but he grew around where cars, he's seen a lot of cars, seen a lot of human tracking him down, finding him and leave him alone. So I would see if I can maybe get another visual here, and then standing here across to a tree shell, which is also on a bamboo.
I am now heading to Chitwa. I'm on Cheetah Line. We went past to have a look if Tavan Bumi would be around in an area we could actually show you to, and we actually couldn't find him. So maybe later this evening someone else will be able to find him who can go further into Buffelshoek than we can. We were just around the cut line having a look and we didn't see anything. Apparently it was a baboon kill that he had. Imagine that interaction when it happened. That must have been quite something. Well, now making and a leopard, so I can't even imagine what it must look like. I've never seen a leopard baboon interaction to the point of killing. That must have been quite something. Anyway, at Chitwa I'm also looking for a leopard or two. Because remember, I can't remember yesterday or this morning when I told you that I wanted to see the teas before I go. Kalamba, Tingana, Tandi. Oh, it was this morning. And so we still have Tandi on the list. When I say we, I meant all of us, because we just want to make sure that everyone's fine, right? So we spent some time with Kalamba, and now today some time with Tingana. We know that he's fine. So we need to find Tandi and spend some time with her. That's what I'm hoping for around Chitwa. She's also been moving into Torchwood. So we've seen tracks coming out of Torchwood into Chitwa, out of Chitwa into Torchwood. Quite close to the Chitwa sign. And it's a part of Torchwood that's a little bit easy to access and that we can broadcast from. So even if they're in, I'll follow tracks if I find them and they're fresh and they go in that way. But I'm really hoping they'll be on Chitwa. It just makes life a little bit easier. In fact, that's Torchwood that we're looking at out into right there. Okay, let's move. Definitely seeing more animals than I did this morning, which is a great start. Hi, Avril. You'd like to know if it's common for a predator to hunt another predator? No, it's not. Because a hunt implies stalking and planning to an extent. So a predator will eat another predator if they've gotten into a fight, they've killed a predator. They might eat it. Almost definitely will have a go at it. Hello, big ball. But they're usually not stalked and hunted. Now, if you're talking about Tingana and the civet, hello, big boy. That civet is not. I mean, it's a small animal, so it's not really. I wouldn't call it a predator in the same class as a leopard or a lion. So he would take a civet, and he has in the past. Just like Kalamba hunting a dwarf mongoose, that's still a predator. The problem with eating predators is that there's so much energy has been lost by the time that the energy from the sunlight goes into the vegetation eaten by the herbivore, and the herbivore is eaten by the predator. And by the time it reaches the predator, there's very little energy left. And the predator eating another predator is not going to get as much energy from it as it could by taking a herbivore. But it will get a lot of protein. So it's not common to invest time and energy to hunt a predator, also because you risk getting injured. This bull is really nice and big and very, very relaxed. I'm going to spend a little time with him. when he gave us that little look. Turned to look at us. There's a hanging bit of the red bush willow just by his ear that's catching the sunlight so beautifully. There we go. Oh, hello, you beautiful thing. Hi there. It's a pleasure to see you too. Thank you so much for standing out in the open so we can see you clearly and see your tusks shine as the sunlight bounces off it. Hi. You have an itchy ear. Hi. Wow, you're really curious about us. Hello, boy. Hey. Do you want to say hi to me, or do you like that red bush willow? You're still jumping around. Hey. I don't think I need you to come any closer. Huh? I don't need you to come any closer. No. I don't need you to come any closer. That's a good amount. No. No. He's very relaxed and very gentle, but I don't need him to come any closer. Hey, big boy, I need you to move off. Okay?
So everybody, we still got the visual of the leopard. There's not much change there since then. He's still facing the same directions. But he's been doing a bit of a yawn. So maybe that's a sign he maybe stood up for us. So we can able to see the whole body of him. And there he yawns again. So everybody here, in this sighting, we got also expedition guest on our right hand side who also came in to see our beautiful Tingana. That's James.
Hi. Very nice. It is very nice to see Tingana the male leopard again. 13.5 years of age and still looking good. Still sleeping like a champion and possibly also still stealing like a champion. What a privilege it is to see him. These are my guests. I won't give you their names in case they are stalked on social media.
Such brilliant. It was amazing of how we...
One of them wants to know what social media is. He is a mushroom farmer. It is not surprising he doesn't know. I will explain afterwards.
Beautiful. So that was a kind of like interacting there. So, and also the way we just saw the drag mark across the road to this area. And then it was a way of tracking when an expedition guy came to join us, the guest, and then they didn't know that it was Tingana until we actually say this is Tingana is an area. So everybody getting excited, which is still there. for a moment. So you're asking, do you have ever seen Tingana catch a bird? And not that I can recall, just actually taking my memory back from since I started to know him. No. So I know I seen Tandy do that. And then I seen Garula do that with a guinea fowl. And it was an incredible jump up and come down with guinea fowl. So he's on the move. I just saw how healthy he is. Everybody also saw that. He's moving in a direction of that kill, or the killer was still there. I'm gonna probably drive around, see if he pop out on that side. The base of that tree is looking up. Oh, that's the way it is. Yes, it is a civet, everybody. See all the duck leg we were just talking about, we just saw in the book there. So it is a civet here. He's looking up. Still thinking. Of climbing up to that tree. Busy plucking the fur off, just like usual. So, Yuri, you're asking, would he hunt again after this? So, leopards are a highly opportunistic animal. You would probably looking on to kill anything else after this. It was not actually much, so he's probably just spend day, and then after this, probably later on tonight, he's going to move on, do his best of hunting, changing sport to another area. Well, I've seen leopard kill two different kill at the same area. So we're going to stay still here. I'm going to be sending you across to Obi, who is also have something with a feather.
Welcome back to Tswalu Kalahari. Obviously, I said we are looking for predatory animals, but now we've just found a predatory bird. That's a black-chested snake eagle right on top of that camel thorn. Obviously looking around and looking for opportunity to catch something. I don't particularly think with this cold and with the wind it would be looking for snakes, but nonetheless it can actually eat other things, lizards and so on, that it can go for. But look at how well it's maintaining that balance with the tree and the wind. Amazing. Really, really amazing. Bright yellow eyes, long stocky feet. Actually, if you look at closer to the feet there, you can see that it's one of the eagles that won't have feathers all the way to the tusses. An adaptation for exactly what they go for, snakes, so that they can avoid being bitten. Almost took off there. Maybe trying to balance with the wind also. It could be that. Very, very beautiful. Oh, and there we go. Let's see if it does come out on the other side. Nope. Looks like it was just trying to avoid the wind. Looks like it just went down. I'm going to try to roll forward a little bit and see if we can get it again. Otherwise, it's just moving away from this strong winds. I think, yeah, it's flying up. Let's see. It's just trying to use the wind by soaring around there. And look at the speed that it's just gaining, soaring around with the wind. It's not going to spend a lot of time flying. Lauren, this is a very amazing specimen, and bearing in mind that we don't really get a lot of birds of prey here, seeing one is actually exquisite around here. I'm just gonna try my luck a little bit more, just squeeze another few meters forward. No, that won't allow. But look at that chest. When it goes up, you can see it almost makes a half collar of that black. It's just the wind that's bothering him. That's why he keeps moving position or switching position like that. And very easily confused with your martial eagle, which is the bigger version of it, if you want to call it that, in the sense that they would almost look identical in the coloring, but the martial eagle would have almost like spots or speckles towards its feet, and being almost twice its size. Now, I haven't seen any martial's eagles here. I don't even think we do get them here. More towards the low veld, that's where you would find your martial eagle. Let's see. Just gonna try our luck. Just this, yeah, and off it goes. While it does that, we're gonna also keep rolling, and enjoy another beautiful property in Africa.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Everybody, we got a Tingana. He's still busy plucking the fur off the civet. Just gonna spend time, look at him, how he does these things technically. Ian, you're asking, would he still host a kill? He could. That if it's an emergency, you can do that. But at the moment, I think he's just it's a very comfortable where he is right now. So it doesn't look like, I know when he stood up, come this side here into that tree, first things he looked up into the tree, but that was just to see if he has to do it immediately, how he's going to do it. But doesn't look like he's going to get up into the tree right now, unless if he gets disturbed by a hyena. So he's already dealt with the fairy. All you see is just the flesh and a bit of it left, but I think he's just gonna go. Started to feed at a moment. Also, just for the sensitive viewers, I know this is probably, if you feel it's too much, and then for a time being, we're just gonna take a break, and then next time probably he's gonna be done feeding, and that's where you're gonna take a look again. Sunset, you're commenting that a nice work on Theo, working on camera very well. You heard that, Theo, and he's also very happy to hear that he's doing well. So now he's been feeding in there, I'm not sure. During the day, probably he went down for water. But when they have it killed, they obtain a lot of moisture on the animal itself, such as blood. And in this stage like this, could be pretty much water independent. He's only going to drink when he has it around here. But if he's not, that is probably going to finish it. He's already drink a bit of that blood. He's probably killed it by suffocation, suffocate on the throat. That's where also the leopards do that. And so the reason they always make sure they suffocate is because animal has to kick to death, but it mustn't make a lot of noises because hyena, they will be in the area immediately. Paul, you're asking whether a civet are endangered. Not that I'm aware of. I know for the past few years in this area we had a lot of them have trouble with some disease. Was it probably a mange diseases? And a lot of them probably died at that time, but also including some jackals as well. A few of the brides that were infected to that disease. But now we've actually seen civet and the jackals population is stable already. Great. Well, in the reserve, they're actually well protected. But civet also, it's one of the animals that they would probably farm them, where they feed them with a specific bean, or they finally make enough or beautiful such tasty coffee out of them, their defecation. But not in this reserve, probably got to be happening somewhere. But that didn't actually kill them, so they probably raised them just for that reason of a coffee situation, where there are defecation digestion is very strong. And out in the wild, variety, difference of species, millipede, they're feeding on these civet. It's toxic to human. If you touch them, these millipede, you gotta wash your hand and that, but civet would eat those things. Such as scorpions, spiders, beetles. And rodents. This is what they mainly feed on. So you're saying Tingana's teeth are still in good condition. You're right, and they're still very sharpened. And every time you open his mouth, where he's working on his bones, flesh, skin at the same time, where at the end nothing goes to waste. And when you move out of this area, there's going to be nothing left. So everybody, we're gonna stay put, see what he's doing.
Just driving through what we call a Dune Street. Now, what makes up a Dune Street is actually two dunes alongside each other, and you are driving right in the middle of them. And the reason I'm doing that is obviously in hopes of seeing some game coming in this June street, avoiding the elements. We're still trying to look around, but nothing. And because these dunes that we get here are what is known as static dunes, meaning that they're not like the dunes that you find in places like Namibia, where they can be blown away overnight by wind. These have vegetation on them, and that's what makes them static. This ends up being an alley, or almost like a valley or a depth. There's some springbok there in the distance, some Oryx. So exactly what I was hoping to see. And look at what they've all done. They've all set. And exactly what I was talking about, that they would be avoiding the wind. I like it when Mother Nature just proves me to be right. Just see all those heads sticking out there in the distance. One Oryx towards our right there, also doing exactly the same thing, using the bush to blow the wind, or to break the wind rather. But also interesting, look at how the wind has changed now, almost blowing in the east, just because of that break from the dunes. Amazing.
Hi guys, we just found some more elephants, and I just wanted to talk to you, obviously. Well, maybe we can look at the elephants. Just wanted to show you my face so you can all see that we're fine. Thank you guys for your concern. I think it's really important not to panic in situations like that. But also, you can never know what's going to happen. When it comes to elephants, they can be unpredictable, but that's an important thing to accept. But just remember that if I'm feeling calm and I've got it under control, you just have to trust that I do. But I promise that we're fine. And that elephant, though he stayed with us and stared at us for about 10 minutes. Even when he finally walked away, even our director Gwen was like, "Oh my goodness, finally!" So he was just looking at us. He was very, very relaxed, and this has happened before to me a couple of times when an elephant bull is feeding far away, knows that we're there, and then just walks straight up to me and just stares. He didn't display at all. He didn't pick his head up. He didn't shake his head. His eyes weren't large. He was not in must. So really in that situation, all it calls for is for us to be calm and to keep talking to him. We didn't make any sudden movements or anything like that. We just sat and watched him and watch us. And I was just continuously talking to him and sang to him a little bit, and that was it. It is surprising how careful an elephant bull or any elephant can be. They can be so close, but be so cautious of what's around them, and so careful not to touch the vehicle, even though some youngsters definitely try. But when he went around the vehicle at the end, he almost like stumbled trying to not touch one of these wires. It's something so small and so fine, like he could easily touch it, nothing would happen, but he made sure that he didn't. And he really was a gentleman. And you can pick up that. You can really pick that up. There was nothing aggressive about him. Yes, it made me uncomfortable that he was that close. But it would have made me more uncomfortable to start the vehicle and rush away, knowing what that can do. And I totally understand how that can be a point of concern, especially if you're not here to experience it and know how relaxed it feels. That's also a very, very humbling situation. Because at any point it could turn, at any point he could be unpredictable, but that goes for any animal, it goes for any situation out there. Every single day, every sighting we're in, not even a sighting, there's the possibility that things can go horribly wrong. But that's why we are who we are. That's why we're guides. And we know how to behave in these situations. So trust me. I'm not trying to show my bravado or be a bit of a cowboy or anything like that. The elephant just came up to us and we dealt with the situation. We didn't go up to him. And that's what you got to do. Elephants are definitely a species that you don't want to be a cowboy with, or a cowgirl. If they choose to come up to you, you should feel very lucky that they have, especially if they do with a calm, relaxed manner. It's like walking in the street. This is probably a bad analogy, but you know when you're walking in the street and there's sometimes, especially if you're South African and you're walking and you're watching and you're walking down the street and there's sometimes where you feel that for some reason you need to cross the road and walk on the other side because something's not right. You know exactly what I mean, everyone. There's an intuition there that's putting your safety ahead of anything else. Even though it might be completely off, that person, the other person you're seeing, whatever, might be completely harmless, something just tells you, no, let's just be extra cautious and move to the other side of the street. And then there's other times where you don't feel that way. That's your intuition. That's knowledge about something that you don't know you even have. You're constantly collecting information. You have constantly been collecting information for as long as you've existed. Some of that information is in an area that you may not be conscious of, or sitting in a place and you may not be conscious of it, but it's part of you. And some part of you said cross the road. Just like there's some parts of me that say drive very fast away from this elephant. There was actually one of those, it wasn't yesterday, where I just decided, no, I need to get out of here. This was not one of those situations. Was it on this road? Oh, yes, it was. It was on Chitwa on this road 2 days ago, where we just decided, no, this elephant, this is not a situation that I can be in control of, or that both the elephant and I can have some sort of understanding. But as always, everyone, always a potentially dangerous situation, but you got to do your best with what you have and what the situation is, and that's what we did. Thank you all very much for your concern.
We have another wonderful guest with us, Sergio Real. Sergio is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I bought a Ticket to Dream because I love WildEarth. All of the guides have been awesome. We've been watching for years, and it's a favorite part of my day to get to watch the drives. I look forward to seeing lots of leopards.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part of the drive today was definitely an elephant that paid us a visit and came right to our car.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's amazing being on a live drive in Djuma. It's just fantastic. The scenery is beautiful and the animals are even better.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So everybody was sitting here. We decide to sit here while we can, just to see how is the Ngana doing. And then we haven't actually have a lot of challenge of the car coming down here. No, there is one coming in, but we still have a chance to stay, unless if another one behind that car, then we're gonna maybe have to make the space. But from the time being, we're still around. He's also listening around.
On your left side you can see the big jackal berry. Before the jackal berry you can see the food track going to the north.
So Nikki, you're asking, can a lion, the leopard digest a bone? Not like what we see Hyena does. The digesting on the bone, the meat will be pretty much digested very well. But the very strong bone that they swallowed, and these little hoofs of the animal has been also been seen on their feces as well, on their scat. And all this hairy. Same with the lions. When they come across there, a little bit of small bones on their dung. So the smallest bone is swallowed. It's actually average size to actually manage to go through the throat. His teeth, incredible. And his teeth and their claws comes a weapon. Self-defense, but also when they hunt, they use them. Only designed to disturb when they bite. and their bite comes so strong. So all carnivore species, they have very strong teeth, which are cornusal teeth on the side of their mouth. So that's why when you see him feed like this, so this tooth works like a pretty much scissors, cut off flesh, soft bone, skin at the same time. So you're asking how many days can a leopard go without food? 4, 5. But they're opportunistic animal anyway, where there's a lot of antelopes, a lot of different species of prey. You go sometimes 4 days, and then the 5th days, and they get a kill. But the kill we're talking about doesn't have to be bigger, like what you see here. He's got something, it's probably he was not actually aiming to kill it, but he had a chance. It happened. That civet was actually, he's got it up. It's gone up. Another chunk, it's probably fallen off. I'm not sure what he heard, or maybe he just realized that it's getting dark. It's going to be a little bit of harder for everyone because there's not much of a space. We can only see the spot. Just not too sure whether they realized that a piece of not sure whether it's a little of a leg or a bone just falling off before he got high up. But if he realized that, he's probably going to go down for it. So there's 3 vehicles already, but we still have a chance actually to stick with this cat. Or maybe he just want to go look for water or sea. Because if then he decides to move for a while out here, off here, he won't gonna leave it on the ground. He's probably witnessed a lot of situations where the hyenas steal from them. And then we're just gonna be looking through. I know he's not actually looking at our position for now, but he's probably, maybe when he can, and so you're asking if Tingana is the biggest leopard I've seen. If I compare him with Jordan male, kind of like, can't still remember, but I think Jordan, he seems to be much bigger leopard. But also he was a lot skittish as well. So Jordan, I would put him as the biggest leopard I have ever seen. Oh, he was big. So I'm going to move maybe slightly forward so we can see a bit of him. Can only see so Robert, you saying you're so happy to see him still climbing trees. You're right. And then he's still very good at it. It's amazing what we saw that when he got up into that, it was very just quickly. That was very quickly. There we got him still. He's probably thinking of coming down. We're just gonna see. Oops, yeah, he's down. He's probably gonna check around because something fell off. He's gonna look around for it. You just pick up something there. It's probably what fell off when you got up. He's still got it in his mouth. Can't tell what part of the meat is this, but he's still got it there. So we're not sure when he came in. I was not actually thinking of seeing Tingana in this area. And especially with the total span male being on the western boundary. Gracie, you're asking that he's still strong to fight off the hyena. He's still strong, but with the hyena they come so strong when you compare them with the leopard. So in that case, if hyena got into this area, he would have probably climbed back to the tree again. So hyena, they trouble male leopard, they trouble female leopard. And it seems to respect the lions because they have big cats. Looks like he's probably eating on an intestine. Of another carnivorous species. Well, intestine, that's where they're get a lot of moisture. It makes them to sustain in a keel. They don't wander around for water. Pretty much. He's probably trying to cover it off. And they're very careful in that, making sure that the smell doesn't travel far. They would cover their whole content. If there's ever blood that pour on the ground, and they will try to cover that with sand. But lion also would do that. So we're gonna stay here, check him out.
We are making our way now in Gariman. We've just gone past the hyena den. Looks awfully busy. How did they get permission to go to the Hyena den? I need to find out what's happening there. They're normally not allowed. I'm sorry, guys. I got a bit of a shock. Bet they didn't know I was watching them. Anyway, we are now on Gari Bain. I'm just gonna hang around in this area, you know, do a bit of a loop-de-loop here, and then give them my best. What are you doing there, and see what happens. Maybe the great owner of Little Gari, the one that let us in to see the elephants, maybe he'll be nice to us and let us look at the hyena den. But for now, we look at tracks. Also, there might be some lions on the property, so we're going to have a busy evening, I think. I'm still wondering how that's... I'll get it for us too, guys. I mean, if I get the opportunity to, I'll get it for us too, where we can go in and have a look. Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? Anyway, for now, looking for tracks of Kalamba crossing from Little Kalahari into Djuma as usual. As we usually see in the evenings, it's usually around Shibama Road, so that's where I'm getting to now, and then I'll turn and go back and interrogate that vehicle. She might end up at Treehouse Dam, so if I'm not successful with them, I'll go past the dam too. No tracks just yet. Lots of impala around on Gari Main, so going to be a nice alarm system. Oh, well, that's not helpful. Tracks for a female leopard heading out of Djuma. Hi, Sailor. You'd like to know if animals are ever attracted to the food in the car? Fruit? I think so. I mean, no animals ever tried to take it from us. But I think that it does attract them. Nachis, 100%. Even if I've already eaten a nachi, but the peel is in the car. Elephants like that. But they don't ever come up to the car they don't ever extend themselves in to try and grab anything or anything like that. It's because also it may be a smell that is sweet to them, but also mixed with the smell of petrol and human, all of those things as well, which are not very pleasant smells to them, at least. And I have a banana peel in the car at the moment, which is not very smelly. It's not even a very ripe banana. But I doubt that elephant was smelling that. It was not that kind of vibe. But I've seen younger elephants, like when they're walking past us, they'll stop and look and they push their noses out or their trunks out. What is that? That's tasty. But they don't really. You'd think that they'd be attractive and active and act on that attraction to the good smell, but they're not. They notice it, or at least I think they notice it, and that's it. Don't do anything else. I don't think I've taken anything else in the vehicle except the fruit. Maybe some nuts. Nuts and biltong that comes along. But the cam ops and I, or whichever cam op, we usually pack a little snack bag and then share whatever we have. It's cute, isn't it? I know. They're usually quite healthy when we're driving around. Water and fruit and nuts. Very healthy. With the occasional M&M thrown in there, but part of the whole trail mix, Anyway, let me send you back to Andrew. I'm going to find out how that vehicle got to the hyena den.
Good luck, Trishul. And then just keep your fruits safe because, of course, all of these elephants, when they're small, they smell anything like oranges, apple, that will be really coming close to the vehicle. They won't take them. And indeed, with the leopard over here, we're so lucky that we didn't actually carry any meat with us on the vehicle. So he just sitting but looking away from us, licking himself, cleaning himself. Just going to take a bit of break there. It's probably going to be another maybe hour or two before we return back to that kill depend, because digestion system, it's quicker as well. So, Vicky, you're asking what is my position in Djuma? So I'm on the west of Djuma, but in the middle of the wood. Don't know where my map is at the moment. Probably under the seat, but yeah. So we there. So we pick up the drag mark. It was actually on the Vietella driveway itself. So between the camp and the gate. Gary Gate. So that's where we are in the wood. But Toto Span male, when we lost him this morning, he was coming slightly this direction. I'm not sure where. It was a long day. It's probably delay. Maybe had success on killing out there. Nobody actually discovered him since we started the drive. But if Toto Span male ever come across where it's gonna have moved in or walked, you would probably know that there is a leopard in the area. It doesn't scent mark Tingana, but you would get tracked from the footprint where you have walked. There's some of a gland touched to the ground when they move, and that's where they get tracked by even hyenas or scavengers. Charles, you're asking how much a fully grown male would weigh. 80 kg there. And that's what male would weigh. So 70, 80, 85 probably, but 80 roughly kg. But some say, they say it's been a record of a male way up to 90. Have you heard that? The female will weigh 55, 60 kilograms. So there's a difference. Size in female and a male. Male's always bigger in size, female's a lot smaller. So, you're saying it's your first time to see Tingana and then he looks stunning. You're very right. Tingana is actually beautiful still. Why, he's still a healthy looking cat. And then he'll always be that healthy. They are solitary animals. They don't rely on each other, help each other on a hunt. So you rely on himself. And then he's been really well in that. So he's a bit looking around. He's looking up into that tree. It would be great if he got up there again while we're around. He says no. He just went and lay flat. So we're going to stay with him. Hopefully he get up back into tree again while we're around.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is ready for the next brand new concept, and this time it's at night. A specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James just head a little bit more left.
Okay, copy. I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this show to a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors. Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles and photos.
The WildEarth program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
I love being a cam-up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Oh, we are very lucky. We went back to see how that what I thought was a Djuma vehicle happened to go to the Hyena den, but it was my mistake. It wasn't a Djuma vehicle. But then we found a leopard. Now, I don't know who this is. It's a young female, so maybe Langa. But she's quite small. She's just on the fire break near Twin Dams. So I'm definitely gonna need some help here. She looked, the one side was a 2, I couldn't see the other side. So Langa is a 2. But gosh, I haven't seen that cat for such a long time, I wouldn't be able to tell. Let's follow. I don't know, given that she is a young leopard, and I'm not sure who it is, I'm not going to follow too closely, so we're just going to stay at a nice distance behind her and give her enough space. Let's just stop here. Oh, let me just get a little straighter. There we go. Stop here. Everyone's very excited to see another leopard. Well, I'm very glad. Very happy that you are. It's far too south for Kara. But you can see it almost looks the same size as Marib's. Or, I mean, even smaller than Marib's. Any guy? Any ideas, people? She looks small. Those rosettes are really closely packed. She's going back out into Gari Main now, which is unfortunate for us. Stations, this female leopard is now moving back towards Gari Main. She's on the fire and break now between the fire break and Gari Main. Okay, so we're gonna try. She's gonna cross back to the town. She's still on the fire breaks. I've got her now. All right, here we go. Nice. Yeah, I'll try my luck. I'll be coming back. I'm gonna go with Langa. It's only one I can think of. There she goes. Dude, she's small. The last time I saw them, it was Sabui's kill with her 2 youngsters. And I barely had a good look at him. Shasha I saw a little bit more often than Langa. This is Shasha's sister. Again, I think it's the only female that I know that's this small. That would be a 2 something. Okay, she's crossing now to the south. She's on the fire brave. she goes. Oh no. Well, that was short and sweet. There, we'll get a last look at her there. As she moves away. I'm quite sure that that's Langa, although I'm sure James Richard will let us know. The area is right. The two-spot pattern, at least on one side, is right. So, short and sweet. You came to us just in time, too. FC, did you tell me that it's confirmed? Confirmed. Ah, nice. Well, I haven't seen her. Cool. I haven't seen Langa in, like I said, from the time she was. I'm not even sure how old she was then. I don't even think she was a year old when the last time I saw her. Anyway, let me send you over to Obi. He's at a hyena den. I'm going to make my way into Djuma.
Welcome back to Tswalu Kalahari. What we've done is we've visited one of brown hyena den sites right there. On either side of that tree that you're seeing, there's actually a brown hyena. Right to the bottom right of the shepherd's tree looks like what is the adult, and the youngster just disappeared on the left. So just want to see what happens here. We might catch a bit of activity just before it becomes dark. So what I am hoping for is actually one of the adults to actually start coming down where with the night catching us. She might actually go look for food with the night and leave the youngsters. But before she leaves the youngsters, might actually feed the youngsters and go off into the night looking for food. So that would be something worth catching. It's actually a cave where they are burrowing there, or they are denning. Just see side of the head, ears, and a bit of the skull there. She's done very well with this den site. Come on, give us a bit of action. You can do it. It's all about timing.
So everybody was still sitting here, very still. And then now we're actually using the IR light, which is infrared light, so that we can still enjoy the sighting of Tingana. And Trishal actually, she was lucky with the Langa, the leopard up there. I think that was probably Gary Main in that area. Which I don't know if I also seen Langa. I'm trying to think of that. But it's also great to have leopards both sides in the area. Sorry, you want to repeat that question from Jeron again? Fight. Or probably fight. So, Jeron, so you asking, do I ever seen a leopard fight? Yes, I actually seen a leopard fight. So my first leopard fight sighting was a Karula, and I can't remember where the female was. Probably was a white cloth, I think, if I remember correctly. And the white cloth, she was far older than Karula anyway. So, but I saw that where two female can meet between these overlap territory. And then, of course, push one another. Push one. It was not actually harder like males do, but I've seen them push one another that way. So for a male, it's actually fatal because male can kill one another. So I only heard about the Jordan when he get into the area. I think was actually pushing each other between him and Mfufnyan that all the days, but I only get told by the other guys that actually witnessed that, but I was not in the area. I've seen a lot of lions fight, kill one another. That was not nice to actually watch it happen. So we're gonna, since we on our infrared light, we're gonna take another moment with this leopard, see if there's gonna be any maybe visitor here, which may be hyena, you never know.
We are now moving towards Treehouse Dam to see if we can be a little bit lucky there. I did say I didn't see any female tracks coming in, or any leopard tracks coming in at all at Shibamu, like I usually do if I think that Palamba is around. And I did see a set going out. But let's just see, that set didn't look terribly fresh. So I'm going to take it easy here. I'm actually going to just stop at this junction and have a listen. We're in infrared, everybody, as you probably noticed. I think I'm gonna take Weaver's Nest instead of going to Treehouse Dam. I don't know what feeling I have this evening. It's not terribly excited. It's not totally relaxed either. So we'll just see what we stumble upon. Apparently there was audio for what appeared or what sounded like possibly mating leopards in this area, but that was in the morning. Hello, Scrubby. We'll be kind, put our lights off and let it run off because, in the evening we have all the time for scrub hairs a little bit when it gets a little darker.
So we're still sitting here. It's a little bit of a spot of Tingana, but flat at the moment. Only time is up. This is where maybe you get surprised. Maybe the hyena got into this position. This is when he would probably stood up and trying to defend himself or get up into that tree. But he's so clever that he put the prey up in trees so that he come to the ground. So there is no problem with the hyena getting into the area, steal that off from him. So, Lioness, he asking if I ever seen lion and leopard interacting. So, these two different species, they don't get along, but I seen a leopard, especially a female taking care of her cubs, is the only time they interact, or during a reproduction, mating. It's the only time a leopard they then in group. I seen lion in pride also interacting with one another, but it's gonna be all related pride to do that. That aren't actually mixed with the difference pride. It doesn't work really well. So yeah, I seen these cats, individual species, do that pretty much a lot. But that interaction we're talking about in pride, we talk about lions. It's when they have a young one, and young one would play sometimes with the father, which is a male if he's in a bride. They would climb over him all the time until he warns them not to do that. Maybe he's tired. And then they all return to their parents, begging for a milk every time. But for return, as a mother, they will also lick their young one. Which is the same with a leopard when she's raising the cubs. The only problem with a leopard, we usually have 2 cubs. When one has been taking care of the mother, another one will get kind of like a little jealousy. That why my sister or my brother, not me, getting licked. So you'll see all of them together, pushing the mother that they want to treat it the same at the same time. You just flip over to the other side. So I'm going to stick around in this area, see what is going to be happening. I'm going to be sending you across to Tswalu with their surprise.
Welcome back to Tswalu. We haven't gone too far from the brown hyena den site, and wow, here's one of the adults walking directly in the direction of where the den site is. I haven't managed to sex it as yet, but if I would take a guess, I would say it's one of the adults definitely heading towards that den site. So I just want to give it a moment or two and see what it does. Looks very skeptical of us as yet, but I've given it a bit of distance just so that it can decide on what to do and that we are not on its way or blocking it. Beautiful specimen there. See how slopey the back is. White maned brown hyena spend most time in the mountainous areas. No, it's not where they actually spend most of their time, but they are an arid animal, so meaning that they would occur in areas like this where elements are quite harsh. You also do find them towards the Namib coastal line. Also, and very interesting there, you actually sometimes find them in numbers, whereas here you would find them predominantly isolated or being a territorial pair that you would find, because they depend mostly on scavenging. It makes sense that you find them as individuals or pairs, but not in numbers, because obviously food becomes a bit of a thing for them to find. So in areas where there's better supply of food or resources, then you will find them in numbers. But as to terrain, they would be in these flat, arid areas. Still indecisive of what we are or where it wants to go, paying full attention to us. Still scanning for options. Quite a woolly specimen if you compare it to the other other hyena that you find, the spotted hyena, which has a flatter, smoother coat. And they would actually use that furry coat to actually intimidate. So when they are in a situation, they would actually raise it up and make themselves look almost twice the size, just to intimidate. Aku, that fluffy coat, for me, especially when they're still young, I always simulate them or compare them or put them close to how I would imagine a bear. I mean, it's something like a toy, like a fluffy stuffed something, only that it's got life. Yeah, but like you say, it just puts it almost out of place. You don't imagine something like that in these harsh conditions. I mean, you would think it would overheat or sweat a lot by having such a coat, but obviously well adapted. We thought we saw some movement at the back there, but nothing confirmed. Still gonna be with it for a little bit of time and see what happens from here on as the night is coming. But for the time we are doing that, we'll send you off to another very beautiful location.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
My name is Lauren and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We've got the Telemati pride. Here we've just got the young male and darkling. Walking up to quarantine. Basically, this is just the tail end of them. It seems like they're going to hunt up there. So we're going to position ourselves. You know, we're able to watch them and not disturb them. Already this whole time we've been lights off. Even on our approach, because they looked very interested. Something. I'm sorry if you're struggling to hear me, guys. It's just that you don't want to really shout in this kind of sighting. Especially if they're going to be hunting. So we'll wait for him to get to the top of quarantine, just that ridge there. Or if he goes up to the side there, we can drive past him. And then we will place ourselves up on quarantine. In fact, we can do that now then. Let's just check if the road is clear. Yep. Alright, let's go. The light of the spotlight is much softer than the headlights, where it's very, very bright and really not very nice. So we can do a... Oh, no, let's get past him while we can. And make our way to the top here. The car lights are quite intense and quite harsh. The spotlight is a little bit softer, so I sometimes prefer to drive using the spotlight in a sighting like this than with the vehicle lights. Okay, now we're going to switch to IR. I just need to spot one animal. Okay, I've lost track of them, but I don't want to spotlight very much, so okay, there we go. We should see them somewhere on our left, Morgan. Oh, you got them. Perfect. Let's just turn this presenter light down a little bit. So back there, out here in quarantine, I haven't had a chance to look at whether there have been any antelope out here or anything like that. I haven't come back to quarantine since we started drive. So I'm not sure what's going on here. We know which lioness that one is. She's the one that's blind in one eye. It really is such a pleasure when everybody is, I was just about to say, when everybody is approaching a sighting like this with such sensitivity and putting all their lights off and just waiting. It's such a pleasure. Now, there's nothing that told me that they actively, just a few seconds from a hunt, except for the fact that they look hungry and they're looking around and moving a lot and have come to quarantine where we know there's a lot of game. But they definitely haven't tried anything yet. Hopefully they will. They're not going to waste energy. They're going to lie down like that until they see something that's going to actually be viable. Hi Monica, you'd like to know if any one of the members in the Pride, if anyone could start the hunt? Yes. But most of the time it's the older, more experienced females, lionesses. Youngsters don't start hunts as often. Keen followers, though. So it's interesting you mentioned that, because we saw that the blue-eyed lioness at the front, standing up and looking around. First survey. Remember, she's experienced, she's older. Where did she go now? Oh, there she is. So she will naturally take the lead. All the zebra have moved to Chitwa. The only giraffe I saw was in Chitwa. Haven't seen any buffalo this afternoon. No waterbuck archer this afternoon, only in Chitwa. So they'll probably have to go for medium size if they're thinking of hunting tonight. This wind might be helpful to them. Can distort their smell. But in the same sense, they can't just rely on the fact that the wind is going to be carrying their scent away from them, because it's quite windy and it's in several directions. It could carry the scent to Impala or wildebeest, whatever antelope is on quarantine. So it's not just a straightforward benefit to have the wind. It's difficult to get this kind of wind in your favor because it's moving quite a lot. Oh, if they move out in that direction, we're not going to follow, basically. So there's a drainage off to the west there. Looks like they're on the road for the most part. They're following that road to the west. Yes, that was a dog, everybody. Hi Shreyas, you'd like to know if the two lone lionesses have rejoined the Pride? I don't know. It's very hard to get an idea when they're in infrared and in the darkness. But the lioness I had yesterday morning, I don't think I got to show it to you. No, I don't think so. It was the Telemati lioness, or maybe it was the morning before. It was a Telemati lioness with its scar across her eye. She was still on her own, so I don't know if she's rejoined or not. She was the same lion as who stole that kudu calf from Tabangumi a couple days back too, at the top there by Ngala shortcut. I hope she has rejoined, but she's also got quite a lot of bite marks on her neck, which would indicate that she's been mating. So maybe she will rejoin once she's done. So these three are the only three, and the male and dark mane, to follow the rest of the pride to the west. I'm hoping they'll stay in an area we can still see them, and we'll follow for as long as we can.
So we, as you can see, everybody, what we're working on is IR light. It's very dark where we're looking at. Only the IR light can actually able to see, tell us the leopard is still there, and indeed is still there. So we're just gonna hope that nothing would really interrupt him. All you see, Lord, the whole body of him is just done there, well hidden on the other side. All you see just grasses. And all you see there also ears twitching every now and then, that he's still there. But he's now actually lying but facing away from us. But I think, oops, he's just gonna roll over again. Let's see.
So they're now moving steadily across on Western Quarantine. Hopefully they'll round the bend and not go straight across. If they go straight across, it's, we'll lose them in that drainage. It's such a tough drainage. Always, whenever anything goes into that drainage, I feel very sad about it. Yeah, what the deal is. I still can't see any, so I'm going to get Morgan to just kind of frame up that general area. Oh, there's a vehicle in front of us. Never mind. I just saw a scrub hair fly away. Oh, there we go, next to us. Let me just get us past this termite mound. What's nice is that they have taken the turn, so they haven't gone straight down into the drainage, at least not at this point. Looks like they're just doing a survey of, I was going to say surveying, doing a survey of quarantine, trying to figure out what it is that's on there that they can actually eat that's bigger than a scrub hair perfectly. Okay, off it goes. Let's move to Hi, Mula. You'd like to know if she was born with a blind eye? I don't know. Well, we are just lucky at this time that we get to spend so much time with the Telematis, because previously we didn't spend much time with them at all. The Nkuhumas, we spend a lot of time with them. The Nkuhumas broke away from the Telemati a time back, but that's way before my time. So I'm not sure if she was born with an eye that way. Mula's talking about the lioness with the blue eye, or the one blind eye. It's unlikely that she was born that way. It's more likely that she lost vision in that eye. Maybe through mating, hunting, who knows, playing. But it's unlikely that she was born like that. So we're gonna sit here and see what happens with these lions. They don't seem too excited, so we're gonna just wait around. Maybe we'll be lucky, maybe we won't. But either way, we're gonna send you over to Tswalu with a beautiful scene.
Beautiful, beautiful time of the evening where colors just change. The first star that we can see right at the top there. Beautiful, beautiful colors. I like to take a moment every time, like with the mornings or with the evenings like this, and just listen. Spend time just watching and absorbing it. So I'm just gonna keep quiet. Amazing colors. I mean, look at just how it almost mixes from that dark horizon with the trees making the silhouette, the blue, the twinkling star. I mean, and the vastness also, how flat. Can hear a bit of crickets in the distance. Just amazing. Africa at its best. last chirp of a bird. I mean, from the time we've stopped here, look at how many times those colors have changed. From the bright orange to the pink. Wow. So fortunate to call this home. Matthew, I couldn't agree more. There's nothing that compares to a Tswalu sunset. In fact, there's nothing that compares in my own, this is my own, very own, nothing really compares to an African sunset or an African sunrise. There's just something about it. And like we always say, this is why whoever is abroad, whoever is out there, you need to come this way. Just come this way, come experience it. I mean, what we're showing here, we're not even getting a tenth of how it feels, or even how it actually is by your naked eye. It's just amazing. I'm hearing a hyena in the distance. I'm also hearing an owl in the distance. So the sounds are just starting to come now. Just amazing.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me, and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sabals and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
We've just got one of the lions lying here now. The rest are kind of scattered, and also everyone's calmed down. Not too much excitement. Perhaps they figured out that there's not too many antelope in quarantine this evening. Now, you were asking about that lioness with that's been missing from the pride with the cut down her eye. Not the blind one, the one who has the scar like down her eye. She's been separated from the pride, and I told you that she looks like she's been mating because she's got these bites behind her neck. Also, when I saw her that morning, she had, I don't know if you remember, she had an injury under her right arm. Like, if you imagine her armpit, it's not really an armpit, I guess it is an armpit. She had a little hole there, not so little, but a hole there. It seems that she's been really licking it or tugging at it or got caught somewhere, which I don't know. It's been pulled and it's larger, it's kind of seeping, but it is larger than I remember it when I saw her a couple days before that on Triple M. So that's also interesting to know. But you know, with all animals, especially animals that mate, have a specific time when they're mating, or there's a specific way in which they're brought into estrus. You'll find that mating can be really intense for a short period, and during that period they will also neglect other things to an extent. So taking care of themselves or eating and stuff like that, they can neglect it a little bit, and it seems that I really think that she has been mating. I'm not sure with which animal, because Darkbane seems to have been following the pride, but maybe one of his brothers. Hi, Clang Clang. You'd like to know how old is the oldest lioness of the Telemates? I'm not sure. I'm not. Just trying to think. Trying to figure it out. No. I'm sure you will find it somewhere. They do have their own Facebook page, I'm sure. So I'm just trying to think about the Djuma Pride, because that's the pride we're most familiar with. And their oldest lioness, although she died once when I was already here, and she was born in 2008 to 2007. So I would think that their lionesses, or the oldest lionesses in this pride, would be maybe around the same age or slightly younger. But like I said, that oldest lioness in Nkuhuma's died when I was here. I'd already started. And then the other lionesses, like the originals, Purple Eye, those ones that were the eldest in the pride now, those are like 2012-ish, if I remember correctly. So I don't think the Telemarties will be much behind that. Like I said to you, they do have their own Facebook page, I'm sure, like all our characters. I'm not big on Facebook, though. Yeah, look at that scrub here. Risky. I guess it's just one of those nights. Hey, scrub here. As long as you're cool and you're relaxed, you can walk past the line just like that scrub here. Don't try it at home, guys. You will not make it. Anyway, everyone, thank you so much. It's that time where we say good night. Thank you so much for your questions and your comments, and for watching the way you do, and for tolerating us and listening to us. We'll see you tomorrow morning for Sunrise Safari. Bye-bye, everybody, for now.